Warm up while you can. We will deploy soon.
Yes, sir.
Yo.
Oh, for the one tap, bro. Yeah, bro. Shut the hell up.
I just got back.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Preparation is done.
Another one.
Now you deploy to the war zone.
Yo.
Jump in 5, get ready!
Teammate.
Set a drop point for your squad, soldier. Avoid the gas. Get to the safe zone.
Let's go.
Moving here.
You're clear to engage all targets.
Watching this sector.
Look at my money, look at my money.
I got eyes here.
This is locked. Holy.
I need mid-cal rounds. Armor pouch marked.
Hey, my boy, we need to get to advice, please.
positive ID on multiple
Nowhere
strongholds.
marked.
Locations are marked on your attack map. You're losing ground.
Alright, we're going over there. I have way too much money not to. Let me my mic.
Your team is in the safe zone.
Bro, where's the buy station? Right here. I need. Oh, can you afford an ammo box or no? How much is it? I need light ammo.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Found some loot here.
Watching this sector. I got eyes here.
You've got gas moving in.
Watch
The
in
gas
the
is starting
sector.
to split. Stay sharp down there. You're far from the safe zone. Advise you start moving.
I got eyes here. Watching this sector. I got eyes here. Watching this sector. I got eyes here. Enemy marked.
Copy. Threats in the air. Disregard that. Disregard that.
You want to shoot at him, bro? Come over here, come over here, better. Okay, I get you. Tag one. Aaron got a good angle, actually.
Moving here.
Oh, hell no.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Yeah, my word. I can't even fight that good, so. We're up here, but like, I want to waste all my ammo.
Suppression mine set!
You not mean to do that. Huh? Someone comes up here.
Get set!
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
I don't need it. I got guns already. I just need ammo, to be honest. I found a munitions box. Below us? Drop into this one.
Moving here.
Gas is inbound. The safe zone is far from your location. Advise you get moving. Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone. Be advised, the gas is merging. Prep for contact. Supply crates are restocked. Advise you load up now.
Dishonor your family.
Planting
Gas
sonar!
is closing in. The gas is merging. Expect contact. Advise you head to the safe zone now. You have a lot of time.
Damn.
You're in the gulag. Fight for your chance to redeploy.
Soldiers, you failed in life, but I offer you redemption in death. Kill for me here, and I will release you back from where you came. Fail, and your
Throwing
corpses
shock
will
stick.
feed my dogs.
Incoming! Tossing frag!
Throwing shock stick.
Get below your head, or I don't have enough of this fucking pancake. Come on, kill myself!
Took a round! Planting charge!
grenade here.
Planting mine!
You've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Setting mine!
Hostiles dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
No sé. Sí, sí.
Planting mine!
Gas is moving.
¡Oh, pendejo! Le enseñó a la teoría.
Some of your team is still outside the safe zone.
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV overhead. Assault rifle marked.
Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone.
They tagged me!
Gas is inbound. Head to the safe zone now.
Hit! Very fast here!
Oh shit. I just got hit. Oh my god. Oh, whoa.
Tagged me!
Moving in. New safe
Need
zone
medical!
located.
Get right! Fading fast here!
Gas is closing in. Only 10 remain. You fought hard out there. Return to base for free. You've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Gas is moving. You made it to the top 5. Good work. this time to practice. We will be deploying soon. Enemy soldier incoming. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Training is over. Time to see what you have learned. Mark a drop point for your squad.
Under contract here.
Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you get moving.
Pushing here.
Got one sighted here.
Cancel that.
Hunt the enemy down.
Taking effective fire!
This is the Gulag. You'll have to fight to earn redeployment.
Trata. El manja.
Vamos por
ahorita
ellos,
con el
vamos
manja.
por ellos.
Sí, sí, sí. No, fucking manja.
Ahí me mató el barco y a ti la venja.
El manja, man.
Ey, a saco por ellos, pero focus, Es que te lamentaste, hubieras agarrado un arma. No.
Soldiers, 4 of you are in my arena. The last 2 standing will leave it. Take your best shot. I haven't sent someone who will.
Cuidado, cuidado.
Está una plata.
Casi lo caraqueo.
¡Ay, es Carrera! ¡Ay, es Carrera!
No mueras, no mueras. ¿Muerto uno?
Behind you! Behind you! Dos! Behind you!
It's 1v1. Alguien me aventó una fucking roca, güey.
Intel has located multiple strongholds.
limpiar el techo del vehículo que siempre tiende a volverse negro con, ¿cómo se dice? Ingredientes caseros, fáciles de conseguir, ¿listo? En este caso, esto se consigue en las tiendas donde venden jabón y todos los implementos de aseo. Esto es desengrasante, un poquito de jabón. jabón líquido, un spray un atomizador, se puede decir, listo, para aplicar, un pañito y una esponja de loza, puede ser, pero amarilla, esta que es suavecita, no el lado grueso, ¿vale? Vamos a proceder a hacer la mezcla y ya seguimos con el video. Listo, vamos a aplicar, esto es de 500 mililitros, este tarro. Vamos a llenar más o menos una cuarta parte en agua. La otra aplicamos un poquito más como un tercio en desengrasante. Y lo que queda, este poquito de jabón, por ahí unos... Yo tengo mi mezcla y ven la parte del techo, está bastante oscura, bastante negra, ya percudida. Entonces, ¿qué hacemos? Nuestro tapito blanco y nuestra esponjita, recuerden que por el lado que es suave, no la van a hacer por este lado porque se motosea, ¿listo? Entonces vamos a comenzar a aplicarlo, a ver. Abrimos. Y vamos a comenzar a esparcir con la espuma. Aplicamos y esparcimos. Les voy a mostrar la diferencia, ¿sí ven? Como va blanqueando de una vez. No lo dejen mucho tiempo, ¿vale? No lo dejen mucho tiempo porque esto también es muy fuerte. Lo que es el desengrasante es bastante delicado. Entonces, vamos a proceder a limpiar un poquito. ¿Listo? Y ahora procedemos con el trapo limpio a quitar el desengrasante. El cambio tan pasen trapitos residuo de lo toca hacerle harto. Ahora a seguir con todo el techo. Como pueden ver la diferencia, esto ya lo lavé un poquito, ¿sí? Y miren cómo estaba. Es bastante bueno el resultado, bastante. Ahí para allá ya no lo he hecho, pero a este lado sí. Entonces para que miren como verdaderamente cambia el techo. Obviamente toca hacerle con harta paciencia, pero sí se ve cómo cambia el color, todo. Ahí nomás donde se dan cuenta, miren el cambio. Entonces espero les sirva y nos vemos en un próximo video. Chao, chao.
Hola, ¿qué tal amigos de Escler Autos? Espero que estén llevando de la mejor manera esta cuarentena a la que hemos estado obligados por los problemas que hay en el mundo. O de la cual de cómo limpiar pues, te puedes saltar este paso, pero usando la aspiradora será mucho más fácil limpiar el techo del auto. Antes de empezar a usarla, nos tenemos que asegurar de limpiar la manguera muy bien con un trapo húmedo para no manchar más el techo. Manguera por dentro y por fuera. La manguera será suficiente con que limpies la pura orilla, pero de la parte de afuera sí será necesario que limpies toda la punta de la aspiradora y empezaremos a aspirar, rociando directamente jabón con agua y frotando. Pero esto lo único que provoca es que el polvo se haga como lodo y se impregne más en la alfombra del techo. Lo mejor es que imaginariamente dividas el techo en 4 y aspires cada segmento a profundidad. Empezarás a notar cómo las manchas de mugre irán disminuyendo o tal vez desaparezcan en su totalidad dependiendo de la intensidad que tengan. Déjala bien bastante con trapo limpio y seco. Los que no cuenten con aspiradora deberán iniciar el proceso de limpiar el techo del auto desde un color de secciones dividiendo el techo en 4, lo haremos con el trapo. Empezaremos a notar cómo las manchas que no desaparecieron con el aspirado empezarán a disminuir más con frotar el trapo seco. Y veremos cómo nuestro trapo seco se empieza a llenar de mugre. Si en su caso el trapo ya está demasiado sucio, cámbielo por otro igual que esté limpio y seco. Frotaremos el trapo hasta que ya las manchas no disminuyan más. Tal vez si el techo de tu auto no está tan sucio, con hacer estos dos primeros pasos sea suficiente y ya no tengas que recurrir al siguiente paso, que es para quitar manchas más profundas. para salir lavado antes, y no importa que esté húmedo. También utilizaremos shampoo o jabón líquido para lavar ropa.
I'm Tim Johnson with Shop Tour Reviews. Today we took a clapped out center console out of a 2003 Silverado, our shop truck that we've been building, and we totally refurbished it with nothing more than some hard work, a little elbow grease, a little degreaser, and some duplicate color vinyl and fabric spray. Now this will work on vinyl, it'll work on leather, it'll work on fabric, several different variations, also plastics, and that's what we used it on primarily today. So there's some tips and tricks on doing this right, but there are no other special chemicals needed, no other special tools needed, so let's get to it. This really looks like a lot of fun. This console has been, as you can see, sprayed while it was in the vehicle, and they just kind of gave it a once over, kind of aiming the can at the console, but not doing a great job. Anyway, we're going to take this thing apart, do it the right way, and see if we can't salvage it. So the cup holder should just pull straight out the top, just held in with kind of these friction clips on the side. And this should just pop on as well. And then this does the same thing. This typically has Phillips head screws around, and I think there may be a couple down in the bottom as well. And then this pulls right out. I'll pull the lid off in a second. We should be able to get most of this cover off. Okay, in here are a few screws. A couple of screws here. And there's two more screws back here, but somebody's already taken them out. Comes off. Pry out of the way. And then we just got the console, and so Now we have washed this in a solution, basically a degreaser, which is Dawn dish soap and water, some warm water to just clean this up, and scrubbed it with some Scotch-Brite pads, some fine Scotch-Brite when we were washing it. Washed it off with clean water. Now we're going to hit it a little bit with acetone and then start shooting the color on it. I really don't like this one. If I were shooting this, I would have taped off the ducts and just cleaned them, but they got shot, so I'm going to reshoot them and let it ride. So anyway, I'm going to wipe this down the best we can. Paint and plastic is there, so we just want to give a final wipe down to basically remove any fingerprints or leftover grease or any residual that may be there, but we want to make sure we hit all the crevices. Okay, and we'll make sure that my paint can is shook up really, really well. And I'm even going to take a little acetone and make sure the tip of my paint can is nice and clean, because I want a nice pattern here. And here's the thing on this: you cannot rush this type of paint. You're painting trim, plastic, vinyl coat. That's it. That's it for the first coat. I'm going to let that tack up a few minutes. Again, going to keep my tip clean there. We're going for coat number 2. Same type of coat. Very light mist. Then hit my edges first. Okay, that's good for coat number 2. I am done for coat number 2. Go ahead and clean my tip, get it ready for coat. Here in Florida, Central Florida, it flashes really, really quick. I might give it, 2, 3, maybe 5 minutes, and it should be good to go, and I'm ready to roll. Other places, depending on the humidity, depending on your temperature, you may need to wait 10 or 20 minutes between coats. But this is tacking up really fast. Okay, so I'm on coat number 3. Not a lot different than 2, a little heavier, but it's still a light coat. I'm still not worried about covering everything. I just want to make sure that I'm kind of misting everything. And again, I want to get all my edges first, and then we'll come back and fill in the big areas. It's on there. It'll start covering. This is the 3rd coat. 4th coat, we'll come back and we'll hit it with a medium coat. Well, let me jump ahead of myself here. We're still on coat 3. This is too much paint to meet my recessed and hidden areas. So this can be as long as everything else looks good, this can be kind of a medium light coat. I don't want to call it a medium coat because okay, so we've got coverage on about everything. Everything's looking kind of uniform. Once that dries out, it should all blend really well. We've got a couple of blemishes on this thing, but this thing's almost 20 years old, so we're not expecting miracles here. Okay, so this should be the 5th and final coat on this, a medium coat. And you see I'm just dusting. And so now I can come back and lay the paint to blend everything in. And that should do it. Look it over, make sure it shapes you really well for a while. Make sure your edges take shape. Should be our 3rd coat, and all right, 4th coat is going to be a medium coat. Again, we're going to start with our edges. Make sure that our paint is shook. Tip is clean. And now this is where we want to make sure that we're getting pretty much a uniform coverage. Again, it's not a heavy coat, but it should get that uniform color now. Okay, 5th and final coat. Paint is shook. Tip is clean. Hit our edges once again. This is where you want to make sure you've got coverage everywhere. It's going to be a lighter coat to start with. We're going to come right back with a heavier coat. Let it dry. Okay, so we've got the skeleton of our center console cleaned up, and we've got our pieces painted, and got these hooks here. We'll slide in these squares here first. Should line everything up, and then there's a couple of pins up here that this slides into. Take our push clip. A little bit different look here. All put together, ready to go in the truck. Now we'll have to pull the lid off and pull that little compartment out and put it in the truck, but paint turned out pretty good. I think we need to replace all our black stuff here. It's faded pretty good, so making our other panels look bad. And here is our other side. So there you have it. The proof is in the pudding or in the center console behind me. It turned out really well, except for the black products that we need to either respray or spray or buy new black plastic. So we'll check on that. But anyway, really made our center console look nice. Hope you got kind of the tips and tricks that we mentioned. Always keep that tip clean so it doesn't spray, because these tips spray just like a paint gun would spray. It has a fan to it. So make sure those tips are really clean. Make sure it shook really well. And most important, two very, very important things you can't get away from this. That is extra clean before you paint it, as well as, and make sure you degrease it even with like an acetone after that. And then after that, make sure you use light coats. Many light coats. You can't get away with spraying a heavy coat on this. I promise you. You've got to get several light coats down. And I mean, the first coats are just dust coats. Hopefully this helped out for you. Hey, keep track of us on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. If you don't mind, would you hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already? And by all means, if you hated our video, then give us a thumbs down. But would you let us know in the comments why? Have a great day and keep smiling.
Oh, come on, no. It's like a magic eraser. I've literally seen companies charge $200-300 to basically do the same thing. Hey guys, welcome back to Legit Street Cars, and welcome to another episode of Legit Flip. To get you guys up to speed, this is my two-man tire head. For example, I fixed a rough-running engine with a coil for $50, a hard-to-shift transmission for free, and I even include the cost of gas, which at this point is sort of an investment because I filled up the tank about 3 months ago, so I think this fuel is now worth around $50 more than I paid. So technically, I could siphon it out and deduct that from the tally? In the second E39 video, I did some cleaning and detailing for a grand total of $40, and in the video after that, I did 15 separate mechanical repairs for about $1,100, so I only have $2,200 into this car. And in today's video, I'm gonna invest another $100 into restoring these nasty leather seats. These are some of the worst leather seats I've ever seen. They were probably in poor condition before, and then someone attempted to dye them very improperly, I might add, and we need to remove all of that dye and re-dye them. So with that, let's get to work and get these seats out of the car. All right, so I'm gonna start with what I hope to be the easiest part of this job, which is removing the rear seat. All right, what are we gonna find under here? Wow, they didn't even take this out. Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. All right. All right, so here's our seat bottom. Yeah, they really just went up to here with the dye and they caked it on. We're gonna have to remove that. Not too bad, just a little bit of human hair. Not the end of the world. On a receipt for pizza from 2004. Doesn't say how much though, probably like $8 back then. All right, more of the same. At least we get a good idea of what the leather is supposed to look like. All right, then we just have some T50s for the front seats. All right, I'm gonna move this out, and I'll probably move this back. Just get it in a good position so we can get all the dye in there. MB Financial, bank receipt, available balance $154.29. Well, you cannot fix a car like this for that, unless you're doing it yourself, then you can. Okay, I think that's our only connector. Seat should come right out. Be very gentle taking seats out. It's really nerve-wracking doing this on a super expensive car, like when I worked at the dealer and had to take seats out of $180,000 Mercedes. You could easily scratch the dash or something. It wouldn't make for a good day. Gentle, 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 nasty. Oh. Okay. Woo, we got them out. All right, so with the seats out, we have a lot of work to do. I'm gonna be here probably for 2 or 3 days, but let's just get right to it. This is a little intimidating, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my gosh, it's like just everything's glued on. Wow, and I'm gonna go ahead and separate the seat back and the seat bottom as well. Okay, so that's good enough. We're just gonna leave it separated here. We're not gonna mess around with the harness or anything. We just simply need to get in under here. All right, guys, so I'm gonna show you everything I'm using for this job here in a minute, but I've been experimenting with cleaning off some of this dye, this lighter colored dye that they put on here. I wanna see what we're gonna get. Yeah, so we just pulled off the first layer of dirt right there. Now there's the dye. Let's see if we can get down to the original leather. Almost there. Okay, that's pretty good. We don't need 100% of it off. This would be more than fine to re-dye it. And yeah, we might stand a chance at making this nice. All right, guys, before we get to some more very satisfying leather dye removal on the E39 seats, I wanted to show you a very simple way of restoring the leather seats in your car using this, Clyde's Leather Recoloring Balm. So obviously what I'm doing to the E39 seats is very extreme and more along the lines of a color change where I have to disassemble everything, strip all the old leather dye off, and then I'll be using a very strong liquid dye. So it's definitely not for the faint of heart, and you can make mistakes and damage things. So what I'm doing here is way more applicable to all of us out there who don't want to change the color of our seats, but want to restore them and make them look much better, especially after 22 years, like on my ML55. Now this process just takes a few minutes, and the first step is cleaning the seat with the interior cleaning foam from Clyde's. Very easy to do. Just rub it on with a microfiber. Next, I've applied the Clyde's Leather Prep and Deglaze onto the corner of my microfiber. A little bit of this goes a long way, and you're gonna see that this is going to turn into a matte finish like this right here after it dries, and that means we've stripped away all the old waxes and greases that have been sitting on this seat for probably the last 22 years. Now for the very satisfying part, you're just gonna take a little bit of this on your foam sponge and just work it in, and it is seriously like magic. Unbelievable results here. Unlike some dyes, this is actually reconditioning the leather. Other dyes can kind of dry it out and the cracks get worse later with time. This is definitely one of the most satisfying things you can do to your car. It only takes like 5 minutes per seat, and the difference is night and day, as I'm gonna show you here in a few seconds. This is too much fun. I just want to go to a junkyard and restore leather seats for a day. Little sneak peek on the driver's side. So I've never done what I'm doing to the E39 before, using a really strong liquid dye. So I'm a little nervous about that, but I've been using Clyde's for years, and the results are so good. And I asked the guys at Clyde's if they can hook me up with a discount code for my viewers, and they did. It's legit20, and that's gonna get you 20% off their entire website. It's like a magic eraser. Okay, last one, I swear. It's just too satisfying. I wanna show you guys how to repair very minor bolster wear. So what we're doing here is kind of extreme on the driver's seat. That one was pretty bad. This was very, very typical of an older car. And then I'm gonna show you on the CL65, if you just have wear on the bolster, you can fix that too, and it matches perfectly. And don't be shy, you can restore your center console as well. Check it out. And yes, the previous owner installed a cup holder in the middle of this. That was not factory. Look at that. Look at that. When you're done, you just wanna wipe off the excess with a microfiber towel, just like so. Then you let it cure for about 24 hours, and these are the results. Are you kidding me? This looks so good. I've done this to quite a few of my cars, and I'm always shocked at how well it works. Look at this bolster. So before, the bolster looked like this, and now it looks like this, and the leather is conditioned, so it's not hard anymore. It feels kind of like it did back in the year 2000. And I'm not even done. Next, I'm going to use the Clyde's Re-Moisturizing cream. This is the last step, and this is some good stuff to use even if you haven't just restored your seats. This is great for maintenance purposes to keep your leather nice and supple, and it smells amazing too. I just finished off the driver's seat with the moisturizing cream, and the driver's seats are always the ones in the worst condition. Obviously, they're used all the time, but this looks about 100 times better, and just for a few dollars in material and maybe like 10 minutes total of work. And I know what you guys are thinking, Alex, is this stuff gonna come off on my pants? No, it's not at all. Look at this, pushing hard on here. Absolutely nothing whatsoever. So your factory seats are dyed. The leather off a cow doesn't come in different colors. They do have to dye it. And once the Clyde's recoloring balm soaks into the leather, it does not come off. Seriously, look at this, nothing. Watch, I'll wipe the entire seat bottom as hard as I can. And this stuff doesn't even rub off even after a couple of hours, but if you let it cure for the full 24, it's not going anywhere. See, look at that, nothing. And here's the side bolster on my CL65 AMG. As you can see, it's worn out like many side bolsters are. So we're gonna use the same process, clean it with the foam, then we're gonna deglaze it, and as you can see, it kind of turns into a matte finish. And then we just apply the balm, let it dry for 24 hours. And so after 24 hours, this is what it looks like. And what's nice when you're doing quick spot repairs like this is it blends in beautifully with the rest of the seat. And then we're just gonna top it off with the moisturizing cream. And there you go, a quality 5-minute repair job on a side bolster with 135,000 miles. And it looks fantastic. I've literally seen companies charge $200-300 to basically do the same thing. So this stuff actually comes in a bunch of different colors. So I'll leave you a link down and having it's up here. That's leather seats, and it actually wasn't too hard to do. And we're retaining the leather grain, which is important. I'll show you what I'm using there. But you can see here in these areas, normally when you're using leather dye, it kind of bleeds into the leather. That's what you want. But in this case, it literally just looks like they painted the surface. You can see here, I mean, this is really thick. So I guess it's possible they used leather dye, or maybe just a lot of it. But this looks very similar to paint to me, and I think this is where they literally had a paint can resting for a while. All right, guys, I'm gonna show you 2 methods of removing old leather dye. This GLD solvent cleaner from Color Lock. This works really good. This will take out the staining from jeans on some light colored leather, and it'll straight up remove your dye. So we're just gonna put it on a little rag here. And it does take a little bit of work, but there you go. That's just a few seconds of rubbing and we've done this entire section. So it's not too bad. And also let me show you guys another option, because this can get a little pricey if you're doing a big project like that. And that is simply getting some denatured alcohol. All right, so I'll show you guys how this works. Works quite well, actually. Keep in mind, there is a ton of this stuff on there. There you go. This does an excellent job of cleaning the leather, and it doesn't burn the leather, it doesn't remove the grain. And I've done a bunch of research on it, and it seems like this would be safe on leather. Now, go ahead and do your own research or use the GLD cleaner, because it is officially meant for leather. But they kind of smell similar, so I'm not really exactly sure what that's made of. But it works well, so does this, and this costs a lot less. All right, guys, so I blew all the dirt out with the air gun. And then I just wanted to do an initial pass with some multi-purpose interior foam cleaner. So I just sprayed a little bit of the old Tough Stuff on there and got a brush. And look what's going on here. There is a chance we don't even need any harsh chemicals. Look at this paint. This is crazy. Can we do this all with Tough Stuff? And this stuff it's pretty tough. Good with that. Oh, come on, no. Get out of here. Are you kidding me? This is crazy. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing for Tough Stuff. I've used this like my entire life just for normal, simple interior cleanup jobs. It's either really, really good or abnormally strong, which in that case you might not want to use on an everyday basis. But how is this strong enough to remove this dye/paint? We might be able to do the whole thing with like 10 bucks worth of Tough Stuff. All right, so I have some mineral spirits laying around in the shop, and I've used this to clean paint and stains and stuff, not necessarily on cars, but this is kind of a harsher chemical. And look at that, it doesn't even touch this. It doesn't remove anything at all, but we use Tough Stuff that I think I picked up like a 4-pack or something on Amazon, and a little bit of just melts it away. Oh man. This is so much fun. Look at that. Bam. Stuff is tough. That is for sure. Okay, so I guess it was a good thing this guy never brought it to a car wash that uses tough stuff, because they would have destroyed his entire interior or made it better. But anyway, this is quite the turn of events. I'm probably not going to use anything else but this now. So anyway, tough stuff. Not sponsored at all. They've just literally been using this since I was 15 years old. So I've never read the back of this, but it's got all of its automotive and boat uses. And then apparently you can use this for cleaning appliances, formica, bathroom fixtures, asphalt, ceramic, tile painted walls. Wow. Wow, you learn something new every day. All right, I bet you guys have never seen anyone geek out so hard over tough stuff, but there you have it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and kind of pre-soak this entire seat with this. My only recommendation with the tough stuff is if you're gonna use this on your car, which again, I have for a very long time, I would definitely test it out in an inconspicuous spot, because I mean, geez, if it's doing this, I know this is a low quality job that whoever did this did, but I mean, I could imagine it could damage leather seats. I don't know. I mean, in this case, I love it, but I would hate to do this on, you know, a darker colored leather or something and then have a light spot, something like that. This brush is key though, too. So we're able to get in all these little nooks and crannies. See if it'll take away the, yep. That was definitely home paint. Someone just left a paint can sitting on the seat. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. Tough stuff, come on. You can't get that? Tough stuff. What's wrong with you? Okay, well, we'll have to work on that a little bit more. All right, here's a little denatured alcohol. Let's see if that helps out. Well, it's not helping out with that, but I can tell you it's going to be an excellent last step here. Look at how clean it gets it. All right, guys, it's the next day. There's about 8 hours worth of labor into what we have done so far, which is looking very promising. This just, oh my gosh, was this a lot of work. But look at this, the seats weren't even that bad. So this is obviously where the seatbelt straps were resting for a long time, but overall, the leather seems to be in excellent condition. And with the tough stuff and our little brush on the drill, we're able to get into all these little nooks and crannies. We've even cleaned up the stitching for the leather, which looks great. This bottom seat is in a little bit worse condition. We were able to get the paint off, but some areas kind of peeled off. This is where they had spilled the paint or dye or whatever they used, and it kind of peeled up a little bit of the factory dye. So you can see that's the factory dye, and that's what lies underneath. So that should hopefully be all fixed up once we get our liquid dye on here. But overall, the leather is in great shape. We didn't damage any of the grain. It's all still there. All right, so before I start cleaning the front seats, I'm going to dye the rear seats. I'm kind of dying to see how this is going to look. So I just want to use some sandpaper. This is special sandpaper for leather, and it has a little sponge in between. Any area that's had peeling, I'm just gonna kind of sand a little bit. You don't want to go too crazy though, or you'll remove the grain. Also, we'll probably never see this as the seat back goes over it, but I'll still hit this as well. All right, here we go. One last cleaning before the fluid leather and then the dye. And I'll probably let this dry for about 15 minutes before we do any repair work. All right, so I've sanded down our trouble areas on the seat bottom and also on the seat back, so everything is nice and even. And then I just went over all the leather with the sandpaper, just a light scuff. And at this point, I'm gonna use some of the leather cleaning spirits. So this will be kind of our final clean. And then we're gonna be using some fluid leather from Color Lock. And these are specific to the color of this interior. As you can see, BMW Sand Beige. So I've never used any of these Color Lock products before. This is my first time, so we'll see how this all ends up. All right, so here is our liquid leather, and a little bit of this goes a long way as well. They don't give you too much of it because of that. So we're just gonna be using this little spatula here to spread it out. And I'm practicing on these back seats first because that driver bolster is gonna need quite a bit of this. So we're just gonna spread it out really smooth. Just do a little bit more. Okay, there we go. So now this dries for about 2 hours, and then we can sand it down. And you can already tell that it's built up and filled in the void there. So this is gonna look really nice once we're done. Do all the places where the top layer of the factory color has come off. And we'll fill it in here. And this is obviously meant for leather, so our dye will soak into this as well. But it's nice that we're starting with the factory color anyway. So this is really nice. Also, if you have cracks in your leather, you can just fill it and it's going to dry, but it's still going to be flexible because this product is specifically made for leather. It's called fluid leather. All right, and on the seat back, we're going to do the exact same thing. And this is worn out right where the armrest sits. So there's a lot of movement going on here. This is also very satisfying, I'm not going to lie. Pretty much everything in this video is very fun and satisfying. All right, since we have 2 hours of dry time for the fluid leather, I think it's time to clean up this front seat. It's been a while. All right, so I'm starting off all of the cleaning with some shop air. All right, you guys know the drill. We're gonna use some tough stuff and our drill to clean these up. And normally this would have just been my first method of cleaning and then I would use the chemicals, but kind of learned we really don't even need any chemicals at all. I mean, tough stuff apparently is a strong chemical because it's melting this stuff as we speak. Look at that. Hey, it looks pretty good now. All right, let's do a wipe right now, kind of get an idea. All right, there we go. Look at how easy that is. Look at how much paint / dye they used in these areas. That's gonna be tough, but not as tough as this stuff. All right, I'm done with dad jokes. We're good. All right, I've done one complete pass on the bottom. Let's see what we got here. It's getting there. It's easy to do kind of the big areas and see a result right away. You know, I'm only like 10 minutes into this seat, but probably be about 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours for this one seat because of all the nooks and crannies. And I don't know if I need to get it that perfect, but because I know that I can, I will. And I'm really curious to see what the real condition of these front seats are because like this passenger side, I don't think it's going to be that bad. I don't know why this guy did all this work. All right, after about an hour, I have the passenger seat bottom looking like so. I'm starting to wear the factory leather a little bit in these areas because I'm trying to get this paint out of here. I'm worried that the dye is probably not going to change the color of any of this remaining paint. So I'm still kind of picking away at that, but I did disconnect this here so we could get in here and somewhat in here. I'm not going to go too crazy though because as you can see, we're just wearing into the leather if we try to get a lot of that paint out. You're never going to see any of that at all. That's why it's got a line of paint. He wasn't able to get in there. But I'm working on this one too. I just finished a pass on this side, kind of taking a break from picking pieces out. And yeah, my first wipe is so satisfying. Look at that. So nice. All right, so a moment of truth on this outside bolster on the passenger side. And yes, this is as messy as you think it is. Pretty bad. Luckily, the shop needed a big cleaning anyway, so it's okay. All right, let's see what lies beneath. A very nice and clean bolster. Wow. Why? Why did he do this? These were such nice seats. Unbelievable. All right, so I'm done cleaning up the passenger seat. And this took a total of about 3 hours with really no breaks whatsoever. So just a ton of manual labor to get this job done. But it definitely helped to remove this guy here. And you can see there's a lot more wear on the seat bottom as you'd probably expect. But because I've been using tough stuff on this for the last 3 hours, we're gonna go ahead and kick a fan on and dry this seat for probably about an hour before we start to dye it. So the fluid leather has dried and we're just gonna give it a light sand. All right, and there you have it. I'll give it one final wipe here before the dye. Probably just go over everything again. All right, guys, moment of truth. We're gonna start dyeing. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty nervous right now. Many hours have gone into prep, so if this doesn't look good, you know, I'm gonna be kind of upset. Also, in case you're wondering, a few alternatives buying used seats on eBay like $1,500, $2,000 for a set if you could find these sports seats. And they're used, they're not perfect. Going to an upholstery shop, a couple grand there, and having this done professionally is like $1,000, $1,500 also. And they're probably gonna use the exact same stuff. So for a couple $100, I'll take what we get. And what we're gonna do here is just kind of wipe it. And not gonna really see much of a difference here because we did such a good job cleaning it, and this is the factory color. Let's get to some areas here that are a little bit worn out. And since we've removed all the previous paint, this dye will soak into the leather. And we're probably gonna have to do like 3 to 6 coats here. So we rub it on, dab it. There's a little wear spot right here. So not really gonna get that instant gratification just yet because we have to work this in a few times. What I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stop right at this line here. So I won't do the entire seat in one shot, and we'll dry this one off. All right, so I do think it helps when your sponge is kind of saturated, but just taking one section at a time, wiping it down that way, moving on to the next section just so I don't forget anything. And going on, it's a little scary because it looks very streaky, but it does actually soak in because we are using dye, unlike our painter friend who owned this car before. Okay, so after I've covered everything, using the backside, I'm just doing kind of these little blobs, I guess you'd call them, I don't know. And that's kind of just getting any of the excess off. And even after this, you'll see that there are still lines in here, but they do go away. So yeah, what you just saw there is one coat of half of the seat bottom. So it really is mostly prep work. And if you guys don't have a heat gun, you're in luck because a blow dryer works a lot better in this case. We don't need a ton of heat, we just need kind of more volume of air. And I'll do this for about 2 minutes, maybe, something like that. That's about it. And it's impossible to see on camera, but the little streaky lines are disappearing. They're already gone. All right, so I think 4 coats is the magic number. I don't think putting any more on here would do anything. And we still have our grain. Everything is nice and even, but this looks amazing. So we stopped right here, and you can see what the other side looks like and what that side did look like. So this is the discoloration, mostly from us cleaning. And you can see it has kind of like a pinkish hue and just all sorts of blotchiness going on. And then we move over here, and it is the factory BMW sand beige. Now I can move on to the other side, and I'll show you guys the final product. I'm totally finished with the rear seat bottom. Very happy with the results. Very even. It looks practically brand new. And I've moved on to the rear seat back. So I've already dyed this entire section. It has 4 coats of the dye, and I'm running into an issue right here and here. If you remember, it looked like this, but a little bit worse on that side, and that's because this dude, whoever he was, decided to dye or paint, this might be dye, the rear seat belts, and I guess the front seat belts too? Maybe? No, that doesn't, I don't know. He just ran out of dye, I guess. He did that little section there, not that. He didn't do the center for some reason, but anyway, so whatever this is was rubbing on the seat and caused that discoloration. But that's okay, we gotta roll with the punches. So I think I'm gonna use some of this fluid leather, and hopefully that will fix our issue. Just kind of spread it out there. Not sure if this will work, but I wasn't sure of this entire project, to be honest with you, and it's working out pretty well so far. So we'll see what happens here. I'm just gonna do some of the darker spots. I don't really wanna use this on the entire area. And this side might come out, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. All right, I don't know what's gonna happen. I'll let that dry for a little bit, sand it down, and then I'll dye the whole rest of the seat back and see what happens. All right, so that actually worked. I'm surprising myself many times in this video. You can't even tell at all, look at that. So all I did was the fluid leather that you saw, and then I just dabbed on a few more coats, 2 or 3 coats, and it's gone. Wonderful. Here, let me just show you exactly what I did. So I dabbed on some, and then this stuff basically will dry right in front of our eyes. And all I did on that side is I kept the hairdryer going. I'll do some dabs, dry it real quick, dab it some more, give it another dry, and we might be there. So it looks like you can do spot repairs, which is beautiful. All right, so at this point, I can go ahead and apply dye to the rest of this side, so it'll match this perfectly. But the seatbelt marks are gone. After 4 coats, this is what the rear seat back looks like. and you can't see any of the marks from those dyed seat belts whatsoever. It looks amazing. So the back is done. Let's move on to the front. Well, we have a seat back down, folks. Looks like they tried to paint this one brown first and then paint it whatever color they painted it. And we're not able to get the brown off. So I will have to order one new seat back. But at this point, we are ready to dye our first front seat. So this is what it looks like before. And hopefully it looks much better after. All right, so we're gonna go top to bottom here with the dye. And I'll wipe off any excess from any plastic pieces a little later. It'll come right off. I can tell you this, the passenger seat is going to be sweet. This bolster was already in really good shape. All right, let's see how some of this more damaged stuff is gonna look after pass number 1. This is really my big area of concern. I don't know, I got a lot of confidence in this dye now after using it on the rear seats. It seems to work really well. I don't know what was sitting on the seat here. Was that sunglasses with something heavy on top of it maybe? It's there to stay. What's cool is we can dye these areas here and then we can dry it really quick with the blow dryer. And I'll do the same with these areas here that are gonna rub up against it. Put this back. It's not really going to touch all that much right now. I don't know about you guys, but I'm so excited to do the driver's seat. I still have to strip it down. That is going to be the biggest difference maker, and I think on that one I will have to use some of the fluid leather to fix the bolster on that one. But at this point, I'm just excited about it because I know I'm going to make it look good. This is working out so far. At the beginning of this video, I really didn't know what was going to happen. I was really nervous to put all the prep work in and then have it look like garbage. But this is gonna be sweet, and we're getting there. All right, I still have a little bit of coverage to do right in this area, and then along this seam where we kind of had to scrub really hard to get the paint off. You can see it's a little darker right in there. So I'm gonna be doing my little spot repair method here. All right, so I'm just gonna dab it on in these areas back here too, even though you're really not gonna see this. We'll go ahead and just dry it right away, and then just go right back at it. And I'll do this probably 3 times, and we should be good. All right, the passenger seat is complete. The results are absolutely stunning. This looks so good. You go right up close to the areas that had a little bit more discoloration from us scrubbing, and they're gone. Completely gone. I know the lighting's a little bit weird here in the shop, but yeah, this looks too good. I mean, I may now have to do more work to this E39 to make the exterior match its interior, which is gonna cost me some more money. All right, guys, we're saving the best, or the worst in this case, for last, the driver seat. And so we're gonna start off with a little air gun action. Then we'll move on to some booger removal. Not exactly sure what this says. Okay, it's a booger on paint, apparently. There we go. Then we're gonna spray it down with our sulfuric acid, tough stuff. And we'll do this too. All right, since you guys have already seen me do a lot of this cleaning, I'm just gonna hit the bolsters here on the side. This is gonna be the most damaged part for sure. And I wanna show you guys this kind of in real time. Here we go. I think he painted this even more just to cover up some of this damage here. Let's see what we got here. It's getting there. I'm starting to wonder if maybe this car was just vandalized in a very specific way. Guys, like I'm gonna paint all these seats a very specific color for this guy. It'll come off with tough stuff, so he didn't hit him too bad. Okay, so, I mean, honestly, it's kind of what I was expecting. The leather is not cut through, though. I mean, I've seen way worse. We can repair this. I mean, this is the first time I've ever done any leather repair whatsoever. But I think I can repair this. we did it a little bit on the back seat, and that fluid leather was really easy to work with. So I guess the moral of the story here is that if I can do all this, you guys can definitely do all this. I'm gonna hit it with a little bit of the denatured alcohol here. This was probably the main reason he did this to the seats, and because he wanted a new color, but all right, not too bad. I'm excited. After 3 hours of cleaning the seat, this is what we have. So yeah, it looks a little rough right now, that is for sure, because I had to get pretty aggressive in some areas just to get all of this thick paint off. But overall, I'm pretty happy with the condition of the leather seat. I don't think we're gonna need too much of the fluid leather, so let's get right to that. So just get these cracks here, and then spread it in, just like before. I'm really surprised at how little of this stuff you actually need. I thought I'd be done with this tube after one tiny repair, but it just fills right in. All right, so I've essentially done a very light skim coat over the entire bolster to fill in all the cracks, but not to fill in the natural grain of the leather. All right, so that's it for the leather repair. Done a little bit over there and a little bit over here. Now we're just gonna hit it with the hair dryer. And we only need to let this dry for probably about 15-20 minutes since we're using the hair dryer. All right, so everything is dry. I'm just going over it all with our sandpaper. And these pads are really nice. They're only a few dollars. I'll leave a link for everything down below, don't worry. Blow it all off. All right, then we have our leather cleaning spirits. And this is our last step before the dye. And this basically dries immediately. I'll probably just wait about 5 minutes or so. All right, here we go. Moment of truth. Definitely the worst seat we've done in this video, that's for sure. I anticipate having to do more than 4 coats on this driver's seat. We might be closer to 6. This stuff is definitely gonna soak right into this leather since we've essentially stripped it all the way down in some areas. Oh yeah. I feel so good for this seat. If this seat could just talk, I would like to think it would thank us. There you go. There's your old color back, buddy. No more paint. You were hidden for so long. Your beauty covered up for no one else to see. I mean, yeah, and then we're gonna go ahead and put some more dye on there, and that's how you do it. I guess that's my impression of myself doing DIY style videos. I don't know what's going on anymore, right? I've been out here for, this is I guess my like 2.5 days. That's what this entire project has taken, and sure, it's already in the comments section, but no, I'm not counting labor on the Legit Flip series. I explained this in another video. I'll leave the link that goes directly to that spot in the video if you want to watch my explanation for it down below. I'm not going to do it again, but we ain't counting labor. Just something we don't do on flip cars. Our own labor, that is. It'll make sense. Look in the video. All right, so I've done 2 coats at this point, so we're on coat number 3. And we really have to concentrate on areas like this. We might, at the end, kind of have to go back and heat the area up like this as I'm putting it on. You can still see the discoloration there where we cleaned and wiped away a lot of the factory color. So we're gonna have to restore all of that. So 3 more coats on top of this. I'm hoping it'll do the trick. Here it is after coat number 3. Looking very promising. The bolster looks awesome. Still some wear down there. Let's keep going. And here we are after coat number 4. So there's about 2 minutes of drying with the blow dryer in between. We're getting there. And this is coat number 5. You can see the wear on the bolster just disappearing. And I think we just have 1 more left to do. All right, and this is after 6 coats. We are done with the driver's seat. All right, guys, so this is what the driver's seat looked like before when it was in the car, painted and disgusting. This is what it looked like after we stripped all of the paint off. And this is what it looks like now. And I am blown away. I thought these seats were gonna be a complete nightmare, and although it took a lot of labor, it took about 2.5 days roughly, I'm very happy with the results. And we did this for about $100, actually a little less. We'll go take a look and tally everything up here in a second, but looks like he had a box sitting on this seat for a long time. So in the next E39 video, I'll try and fix that, and we are going to be re-dyeing the carpet, fixing all of the trim, and then putting these seats back in. So I hope you guys will join me for that video, but just take a look at these seats. Such a transformation, Any one of you at home can do this. If you have the time, if you have the weekend, you can completely restore the leather seats in your car. And even though this is a flip job, this is a very professional result. So we didn't cheap out at all. We just spent the right amount on this. We didn't go too crazy. We worked smart. And for under $100, every single one of you guys can have these results. I can't wait to get these back in the car. All right, guys, let's talk budget really quick, and I'm not gonna split hairs here. I think we came in right under $100, but I'm gonna go ahead and say we spent $100 on the interior restoration for the E39. So let me break this down for you so you at least know how you can spend under $100 on this project. This right here, it's $100 by itself, but we only used about $10 of it, and you can get a much smaller bottle for about $15. And now we know that's all you need for an entire leather interior. So this little sponge came with it. This is about $6 at the hardware store. This was $7, this was $10. This was probably only like $2, but I bought it in a pack of 12 for like $20 on Amazon. Amazing kit, I'll link it down below along with everything you've seen in this video. This was probably the most expensive individual product of the video. I think this is like $38, but we only used like a fifth of it, so you can reuse this on a bunch of cars. This is a few dollars here. We spent $16 on Tough Stuff. And then these I borrowed from the guys at Chicago Auto Pros for demonstration purposes. I'll just give both of these right back. Obviously the dye worked out really well. And then you probably have brushes and stuff like this laying around the house, and Tough Stuff if you're cleaning your leather seats or your driveway, apparently. All right, guys, so if you've been keeping track during the Legit Flip series, then you know in the last video we ended with a total investment of $2,193. So if my public school education serves me well, we're at $2,293 with the complete leather seat restoration that we just did. So with that, I hope you guys really enjoyed this video. If you did, give it a big thumbs up. Stay tuned for the next E39 video. We're gonna complete the entire interior. So there's gonna be painting of trim, re-dyeing of carpet, reinstallation of these seats, and then the final interior product. Also, share the video with your friends, subscribe if for some crazy reason you haven't already, and most importantly, have an awesome day. I'll catch all of you in the next video. In my last E39 video, I discovered that someone painted the car's leather seats with paint, like wall paint from Home Depot. I figured out how to safely strip the paint from the seats, and then I showed you how to easily repair the cracks and dye the seats, all for under $100. I also took care of the worn out seats on my ML55 and the side bolster of my CL65's driver's seat with a really cool product, and overall, this was one of the most satisfying restoration videos I've ever made. So welcome back to Legit Street Cars, and welcome to another Legit Flip video. In this one, we're going to be cleaning the nasty carpets, re-dyeing them, fixing the seat belts, probably repainting a bunch of trim, and then finally reinstalling these freshly restored and very comfortable E39 seats. So we're going to have a completed interior at the end of this video, all for about $150, maybe? I'll tally it all up at the end, but for now, I gotta get my butt out of this seat. It's just so nice and to work. So let's clean up some carpets. All right, so I had fun in the last video dyeing the seats. It was a ton of work, but they came out really nice. I'll leave that video link down below. Not gonna lie, I'm a little depressed going into this job, but we have to start off with the vacuum. It's our pizza receipt. All right, we got our garbage bag here for the big stuff. A flour, apparently. Wonder how old that is. I know what you're thinking, Alex. It probably reeks in this interior. It does not. It does not smell at all. No joke. This stuff is all dry and It smells delicious. I wouldn't go that far, but it smells good. It smells okay. Look at all this money we're making. I don't even know if this is considered legal currency anymore. This is gonna be nice. Here we go. So satisfying. Passenger side isn't too bad at all. I mean, the dye job is horrendous. Seeing as how they didn't take anything out before they dyed the seats or the carpet. Might have been a factory part. Goodbye. So right now the game plan is to re-dye the carpet the same brown, because I don't want to try and have to dye brown this lighter color from the factory. That would look bad. But look at this. If I really vacuum hard, I'm vacuuming up the dye, whatever this guy used before. I wonder if these carpets will simply clean up. Before we get to some more very satisfying carpet cleaning action, I wanted to show you guys a very affordable and DIY method of restoring faded and worn leather seats like this. You don't have to live with this, and anyone at home can do this. I'll be using the Clyde's recoloring balm, and I've been using this forever, and I reached out to the guys at Clyde's, and they're offering my viewers 20% off if you click the link down below and use coupon code LEGIT20. But let me show you how easy this is. So you can do this in about 5 minutes. First step is the leather cleaning foam. Just simply wipe it on like that. Next, we use the leather prep and deglaze. A little bit of this goes a long way. And again, just wipe it on like this, and you'll notice the leather will turn to kind of a matte finish because it's removing all the old oils and grease that were on the seat. Next up, we have the super satisfying part, the recoloring balm. Again, a little bit goes a long way. Then you just rub it onto your leather seat, and this is not only going to recolor the leather, but it's also going to moisturize it. So if your leather was hard, this is gonna make it feel nice and soft and new. Okay, from there, you're just going to wipe it down with a clean microfiber like so. And then after it dries, your final step is the remoisturizing cream. And this stuff works really well, even if you haven't just restored your leather. If you just wanna keep up with your leather seats, and the remoisturizing cream doesn't have a weird smell or anything to it like some of the other conditioners out there. And so we went from this ugly, faded, and worn leather seat bolster all the way to this. And now this beautiful Recaro seat in this Audi S4 is looking exactly like it's supposed to.
Clyde's can also tackle big jobs like the very worn out leather seats in my 22-year-old.
End of this video, all for about $150, maybe? I'll tally it all up at the end, but for now, I gotta get my butt out of this seat. It's just so nice and to work. So let's clean up some carpets. All right, so I had fun in the last video dyeing the seats. It was a ton of work, but they came out really nice. I'll leave that video link down below. Not gonna lie, I'm a little code LEGIT20 for 20% off. And that works in conjunction with any of the sales that they're having. All right, so with the carpets all vacuumed out, we need to clean them before we apply the dye. But before that, I do want to do a little bit of interior disassembly, and that is of some of the trim. So whoever did this paint job, they painted the lower dash and the door panels. They also painted the center console a dark brown, and I actually really like what they were going for here. They painted all of the trim as well, and they went to the extent of putting new leather on the steering wheel to match. And it's not the best job in the world, but it's pretty decent. So I like this two-tone color combo. I like where they were going. And they actually did a really good job with the lower dash, the door panels. I thought this may have been factory at first glance when I bought the car. Obviously it's not, but it looks really good. I'm not gonna redo, I'm not gonna strip all of that. But what I am gonna do is I'm going to repaint some of this trim here. So we're just gonna pop this out, and we're gonna sand this down and repaint it. They didn't do the best job on some of these easier parts, which is a little weird. So I'm gonna fix that up, and this too. There's just a lot of little scratch marks. You know, whoever did this, they didn't even bother taking these parts off, so there's the original color. So we'll go ahead and remove some trim, and then we can start cleaning up the carpets while we prepare everything else. So a lot of this stuff just pulls right up, just like that. And of course the clips are staying with the car, wonderful. I'll have to get those out. I say, you did a pretty good job of taping this felt seal. Okay, I was expecting that to kind of be stuck with the paint, but not too bad. Now I'm hoping we can separate these two, which we should be able to, I think. Yes, it's that easy. Easily could have taken this out and painted it, but you know, this guy, he literally used wall paint on the leather seats. I mean, how do you get to that point? How do you wake up one day and you're like, I'm just gonna go buy a gallon of paint from the store that's for the wall, or maybe it was left over from his house, and I'm just gonna blotch it all over my seats? Like, it's a manual transmission E39. What are we talking about? Things boggle the mind. 5 seconds. Oh, yeah. There we go. There's the dye that they used on some of the seat belts. They didn't even dye all of them. So I'm gonna steam these. We're gonna be dyeing these the same dark brown, just a better job, but kind of just like disinfecting right now with the steamer and just cleaning as much as possible. We're getting a lot of the dye out, but I'm sure some of this is dirt also. Okay. All right, so no one's ever gonna see what's under this back seat, but we're cleaning this entire interior. We're doing a detail as well, so we gotta get this hair out of here. I say it's so much fun to use the steamer. That's mostly why I'm cleaning back here. Dye, germs. You guys gotta get yourself one of these. I've had this one for like 12 years. They're only like $100 and something. So many uses for the steamer. After the steam, we're using tough stuff. If you guys were around for the last video, this just has a whole new meaning for me now. It's the best. It's awesome. It's really tough. No more tough jokes. Alex, no more tough jokes. I heard that already. All right, so let's just clean these up. And this is my new favorite interior brush. It's only like $5. And it's soft enough to not ruin anything, but it still gets all the grime out. Yeah, we keep on getting more. So I want to get these really clean. I'm pretty sure I could scrub these all day and still get stuff out of them, but I think we're going to call it good there. We're going to be soaking the dye right into this, so they should look pretty good, and now they smell pretty good too. I like it. They're just melting the color away on the seat belts. Ew. All right, this is all cleaned up. I'm not going that crazy, and I'm going to leave a little bit of paint so we can all remember the previous owner's paint job. With the seat belts cleaned and the trim out, we're going to start cleaning our carpets. And for this, I'm just going to be using our tough stuff because it worked so well in the last video. And then the drill and these awesome brushes. Again, I'll leave you guys a link. You can get like a 12-pack for $20 in all different sizes and stuff like that. These are key for interiors. All right, I'm also going to incorporate the steamer in this cleaning process. I want to get this carpet nice and saturated with the cleaner. And then we'll hit it with the brush again. All right, we'll vacuum this out. Now, I mean, we're removing practically all the dye here. We almost could bring this carpet back to its original color, but I have a feeling once we do a large area, it'll still look blotchy, and I'm sure there were stains before they added the dye. So I do like the darker carpet anyway. So anyway, this is looking really nice. It seems like the steamer really loosens the fibers up. It warms it up, it gets it saturated with water. And I'm gonna start doing this first, and then we'll hit it with the tough stuff once it's kind of opened up. Yes, you can. Legit street cars, there we go. Maybe I'll just leave it like that. Laying it on thick here with the tough stuff. Yeah, it's nice and warm. This is sweet. All right, the carpets are clean. I know they still look pretty bad, but they really are clean. You could eat off these. Not really, that'd be kind of gross. But they're clean enough to dye. And I experimented with a couple spots over there with some different colors. And I think we're going to go definitely more for something like that that matches the door panel. That ended up turning a little purplish on me. But either way, we're going to let this dry now. So I'm going to go ahead and kick on the fan. And we're moving on to the table. All right, guys, at this point, we are stripping the trim. So we have to get all of this old paint off. I've tried painting over some parts of it. I've even used a primer. It's no good. And on some of this stuff basically just peels off. So it's definitely not anything we want to paint over, because then our nice finish is going to peel off. So anyway, the ones that have grains in them are really nice and easy because they just do that. On the other hand, these smoother plastics are a pain in the butt to clean. I'm using a little bit of denatured alcohol here. And with the Scotch-Brite, it's okay, but you can see here, there is going to be a lot of elbow grease to remove all of this. But it is possible. And then we're going to do it right by spraying a coat of primer on the plastics before the paint. So let me get these all stripped, and then I'll show you our painting process and the final product. All right, so we figured out that this stuff comes off pretty easy with the pressure washer. Oh man, the other one did take me like 20 minutes or more to get perfect, and we're gonna be done here in about a minute. So satisfying. Oh, are you kidding me? Well, you get the idea. This last little bit won't come off with the washer. All right, guys, so I have a few of these pieces cleaned up, ready to go. We're just using the Rust-Oleum 2K Ultra Cover Flat Gray Primer, and this is for plastic, among other things. And I'm just gonna do 2 coats, about 2 or 3 minutes apart for the primer. Now we'll start laying down our second coat of the primer. All right, after a few minutes, we're just gonna paint it with this. I went with the dark walnut satin, and this is good for plastic as well. And we're just gonna do 2 light coats of color. It's best to do multiple light coats than laying it on thick, then you're gonna get runs. It's time for our final coat of the color. And I know this looks shiny right now, but it's going to dry up, and it's just gonna give us kind of a factory satin finish. I didn't want the gloss, I didn't want the matte. I think satin is perfect. And just to let you guys know, this paint I'm using, it says it has the primer in it, and that works okay, but I like to still lay down a base coat of their actual primer. I feel like the finish looks just a little bit better. All right, guys, all the painting is complete, and now it's time to reassemble the seats. I did paint the seat backs the same brown as all of the trim, because if you remember in the last video, one of them was ruined, and this is a legit flip budget project. So I didn't want to have to order a new one, and I think this will kind of complement the whole two-tone thing that's going on here in the interior. It might actually look kind of cool. So anyway, with that, let's assemble some seats. All right, luckily these are pretty basic seats, so not a whole lot going on as far as electronics. We have a connector there, one right there, and this, for the most part, will just snap back on. All right, now we just gotta get a couple screws in. This one we have to use a magnet on just to get it started. Don't fall, stay. There we go. All right, now with our two-tone brown seat back, this is actually gonna look kind of cool. Got that on. Now our outside trim. And these seats are really coming together. Before I reassemble the other seat, I want to make this seat belt buckle return button, I think that's what it's called, look like this one. All right, so after cleaning this red push button, I'm just applying a little bit of ceramic coating on that, and we'll just do the entire seat belt buckle here. And this is an excellent trim restoration product. I'll leave you guys a link and a coupon code down below. This is the Avalon King stuff you always see me showing off. I use it on many things, including black faded trim and red faded trim too. There we go. So here is the before, and here is the after. All right, guys, it's time to spray the carpet, and I've actually been experimenting for the last couple days to find the right product and the right color, and this is what I've landed on. So it's a product from SEM, and I've used other aerosol can interior sprays before, and you can use this on plastic, carpet, velour, all sorts of stuff in your interior. And what I like about this is that it leaves a very nice and even color. I tried dyeing the carpet with a fabric dye mixed with water, and it's just very blotchy. So anyway, I've already shaken the can up. That's pretty much all you need to know. And then this is awesome. I love these sprayers like this. I'll leave all this stuff linked down below. You can just pick it up all online, very inexpensive. And check this out. It's just that easy. So our carpets are completely dry right now. We're not applying this wet. And something I'm doing also is when I make a pass, I'm kind of just rubbing it into the fibers with this brush just so we get an even coat. And of course we're using this darker brown, so it's gonna cover up any dirt stains, stuff like that. Section, right? Keep it carpet. And that's what, and I've moved on. And I must say, like, it's like this. Different color for the, they can try dyeing some of the seatbelts or painting them. I don't know what they going back from. Just like the carpet, we're gonna trim Goya. It can't be the low sodium black bean juice. It's got to be the regular sodium black bean juice. I'm just kidding. We're not using black bean juice. Peter here loves to eat beans, and then we get his cans, his empty cans to put dye in. So we're actually using this stuff. I just went to Michael's and picked this up. I'll leave a link down below. D50 can our carpets because is this. And this soaks in really nicely, but we're still going to hit it on both sides just to make sure we're getting even coverage. And this stuff doesn't smell. It goes on really nice and it's the percent. So this is the final result. Nicely. Next up, okay, get our business seat in. All right, time for thing. And the door and taking seats out and putting them back. Almost home free. And if you can take out, oh, I cannot believe these are the seats going back in my E39. You guys got to check out the seat restoration painted like this. Second front seat coming in hot. Good. Back seat. Not a whole lot of work here. Although, I should probably get these seat belts out of here. All right, we're gonna get this middle seat belt installed. All right, back seat time. Oh, I gotta restore this little button right there. Forgot about that guy, no problem. This looks so good. Oh, we're almost there. I still gotta do a little bit of cleaning, headrests, obviously. Wow. All right, guys, we're almost done and ready for the grand reveal, but first I gotta clean the interior. So I thought this was sand when I first bought it. It's got a little grit to it, but I believe this is overspray from the paint that the guy used to paint the interior. And we're just gonna use a little bit of denatured alcohol here. Should take it right out. Yeah, this is gonna come out nicely and we won't ruin the finish either. All right, we've got this area nice and clean. I'm actually gonna ceramic coat this because it's really good at restoring fade. As we're around for this seat restoration video, the madness that it was. You know, that tough stuff would basically dissolve the paint on the seat. And I wanted to show you that with the dye that we put on, it's not taking anything off at all. So that was really just because it was painted with regular paint from Home Depot. With the tough stuff, microfiber, a little brush, and we are cleaning this interior. Probably been the better part of a decade since this got 8 parts. This is going to be a very nice place to be once I'm done. We did all the hard work already. Now it's just the fun stuff. The dash isn't cracked. It's in excellent condition. So the bones of the interior are pretty nice. What I'm detailing is running a bunch of steam through the vents. And when you're doing this, I like, if you have shop air, I like to blow it out. If you don't have shop air, it's no big deal. Just run your heat right away just to dry up all the water from the steam, and you're good. These steamer kits are only, you know, like 100, 150 bucks, and you could use them inside your house. You can use them everywhere. I've had this one for 12 years, and it's awesome. Go the other way too. All right, so I'm done cleaning up all of the surfaces in this car. And now, in some areas, I'm just gonna use a little bit of the Armor Shield 9 ceramic coating that you guys see me use all the time. It's really good at restoring black plastic trim, and it puts a protective layer on pretty much everything it touches. So this stuff will stay cleaner for longer. So we got that nice and coated. Let that dry for about a minute, and then we'll wipe it away. Bring out the interiors I've noticed. You guys can find codes and links and everything. So just go to legitstreetcars.com. It's all there. All right, we're just gonna gently wipe off any excess. And then before you kind of get in here and start using your car, I'd let it dry. Step, we're gonna use the cloth, the leather, ice and moisture, any kind of microfiber. Tension or paint defects, we're gonna fix those in a future video. Right now is all about the interior, and it might be a little noisy outside, but I wanted to bring it out here in the sun to truly show you the condition of this, because honestly, video just doesn't do it justice. So we have the back seat, which looks, I mean, it looks brand new. It looks brand new. We really did a good job on the leather dye in the previous interior video on this car, and for only about 80 bucks. It took 3 days, but it was well worth it. And now we have a lot more to match. So I think the seat backs look really cool. Now I was gonna leave it with the factory color seat backs, but one of them was in really rough shape. The guys before had tried to paint it dark brown, and it didn't really work out. Brown like everything. If it kind of new car brown front, before BMW sand clean all the wood and add the headlight to use on the carpet and I-39 interior. We even cleaned up the headliner a little bit, and I tallied this all up, and with all of the cans to use on the carpet, everything we bought, the primer, all the paint, everything to strip the old paint off, we're into this one about $100. So in the last video, the seats were roughly $80. So let's just say for under $200, this is what we've done with the interior on the E39. And I got to show you some before pictures of the seats as well, in case you didn't catch that video, so you get the full idea. But these guys were literally painted with wall paint. We stripped them down. Once we did that, especially on the driver's side bolster, there was quite a bit of wear, but we fixed those cracks, also dyed them all, and this is our final result. But here are some before pictures from the carpet. Pretty nasty. Color's not looking the best either. And now we have carpet that looks like this. So again, it's not brand new carpet, but we spent about 20 bucks on the carpet portion of this video, and I think it's more than acceptable. And we still don't even have floor mats, which end up covering up restoration. I am very, very happy with this. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. All right, so if you guys are following along with telling everything, I'm just gonna go ahead and call this $100 too, just to be conservative, even though I think we had less. So we're at $2,393 all in on the E39, now with a very, very presentable interior. So I think what I hope you guys can issues with this car, but on thumbs up, I'll catch you. All right, guys, it's super early in the morning, and this is about as impulse buy of a situation as it gets. I made a deal, I think at like midnight, and it's clean times a few dollars. A little beat up. It's got some scratches in the paint. We got some rust at the bottom of the door, but it's all there. Hang on, let's check the other side. Is it all there? Cracked tail light, cracked bumper. It's got some pretty nice looking tires though, and just a lot of scratches. This isn't bad, 900 bucks if this thing drives at all. I think this is a pretty good deal. Manual trans, look at that. Guys, this is actually pretty nice. I mean, I know these are dirty, and it's about the lightest color interior you could get on one of these, but we could clean this up. Not exactly sure if this is factory BMW stitching right there, but it looks pretty decent nonetheless. There's BF Goodrich GeForce Comp 2's 2018 date code and a ton of tread. Most important thing, we have a clean title. It's a 2001, and the last owners had it for about 3.5 years. All right, before we try and start this thing, I just want to make sure we have oil It was sold to me as a run and drive, but it's $100. There we go. We definitely have a good amount of oil. Nice. Are you kidding me? This thing just fires right up. 119,000 miles? What? When you make a deal like this in the middle of the night, you forget to ask the most basic questions. The guy's like, I have a running and driving manual E39, $900, clean title, and I'm like, just buy. I'm like, I don't know what year it is. I don't even know what the miles are. And it looked like it physically existed from the picture. So here it is, and it does exist. 119,000 miles. No ticking or anything. It's whisper quiet. Wow. In there. One of the two. I'm gonna go with kill them. All right, with everything loaded. Trying to feed animals or kill them. One of the two. I'm gonna go with kill them. All right, with everything loaded up, let's go. Job works. Revs up really nice. We need some fuel. Of course, we got an airbag light on. We got the traction control light on. Okay, we'll have to scan this thing. And let's put the e-brake down. Moment of truth here on the transmission. 6-speed manual. Let's first see, does it go in gears? It does, but it's really tough. On my 2000 E39 M5, this was like butter. This one is really hard. And this is not ash, this is actually sand. So maybe sand got in here. And where's the running drive? This is what they mean. Oh, gotta go in the right gear. Okay. Holding the camera and shifting with my left hand, kind of difficult. But yeah, it went into second, no problem. Third. Yep. Ooh, to see if it would overheat. So it has been running for taking this on its been around the back at home. It'd be hard for you. And it smells just like burning engine oil. Most likely just the valve cover gaskets leaking right on the exhaust manifold. If it's not dripping from the bottom, I'm going for it. And yeah, I don't see any live leaks right now. It's gotta be just that valve cover leaking all over the manifold. Look at this, still has the factory catalytic converters. It's got power. Now the previous owner did tell me that this has an intermittent misfire. So he says it will happen, it will eventually come up. But right now it's running really well. What I want to do though is get some fuel. This thing is almost out and we have about 20 miles to go. Yes. Oh, wow, wide open throttle shifts are great too. Okay, I gotta get some fuel before we run out. Like tools. And the most important one, I have my Carly connected at all times. We just plug it in right there. 28 issues. But the only codes we're going to care about are the ones in the engine computer. And we have cylinder 1 misfire. And Carly gives you some suggestions on what this could be. And I'd have to agree that ignition coil defective. That's probably it. I don't know what is more weird. Me working on this car in the parking lot of a gas station, or me miking myself up to talk to you guys while I do it. So I'm going to attack this cylinder 1 coil. We're going to take a look, see what we can find. And they got beauty panels on top of beauty panels on this thing. So I got the big guy off. Now I got to take this plastic BMW cover off the valve cover as well. Kind of annoying. After you get these tiny covers and bolts off, then you can remove this guy here to reveal your 4 ignition coils. Now this is cylinder 1 and it looks different than the other ones. So these are factory BMW made in Germany coils. I'm gonna go ahead and say this is not. What I've seen with some coil failures is that they fail when they heat up. So this was running great. And then I let it sit here at the gas station, kind of heat soak, and I fired it up and it started running bad. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna swap it with another coil. We're gonna let it cool down for a little while, and then we'll see if the code follows this aftermarket coil. So we'll just swap it out with this guy. This one's got a little ground wire doohickey, so I'd rather just do the easiest one. All right, 10 millimeters all over the place. These are really easy to do. You can fix a bad coil on one of these in the middle of a parking lot if you had the coil, which I wish I had a coil on me. Okay, pull this guy out. It's got a little bit of oil and they're not too bad. Needs valve cover gaskets, we already know that. This one's a little worse. This is the one that's working too, ironically. Anyway, we'll just go ahead and stick that on there. Install our suspect coil on cylinder 3, and then we'll just tighten them all up. And we'll go ahead and plug them back in. I didn't even bother putting the cover back on since we're probably gonna be right back in here, but you can see a little bit of the oil down there, and this valve cover gasket's just shot. And with the codes cleared, the check engine light that was right here is gone. So let's continue driving and see if this pops back up for cylinder 3. Oh, and while we have Carly connected, I gotta do a used car check. You're supposed to do this before you buy the car, but I bought it sight unseen. So it's gonna check the VIN in multiple control units to make sure that it matches. So you can see the last 4 is the same, so we're good there. And the same thing with the mileage. It's going to check multiple control units for the mileage, 191,000 kilometers, which is about 119,000 miles. And it says Carly has detected no tampering. So this is an invaluable resource when you're buying a used car. And you don't really see this feature on other scanners at this price point. All right, so how did I get this thing for $900? Well, I have a friend that owns a towing company. So they had gotten a call. God, this is probably 8 months ago or so. And the person on the other end of the phone had this car. He lived in downtown Chicago. He had bought a newer one and he was paying for parking in a high-rise for both cars, but he stopped driving this a couple of years ago. So in downtown Chicago, parking could easily be $200-300 a spot. So it was just kind of a big waste of money. So he called the towing company to come tow it out of there and bring it to a shop. It was on all 4 flat tires, wouldn't start any of that. So a downtown parking garage is a very difficult place to tow a car out of, especially when the tires are bad and it won't start. So they quoted him a lot of money to do it, and he just said, you know what, if you just get this car out of here, you can have the car with a clean title in my name, just take it away. He's racking up these monthly bills for the parking, and that was it. So my friend that owns a towing company took the car in, and his little brother was gonna keep it, so his brother put some used tires on it that seemed to be in really good condition, and then he just kind of lost interest. You know, it's got the little misfire, it's got probably a million other things wrong with it. Obviously, it's leaking oil and burning on the exhaust manifold, so these can definitely be very intimidating cars, and he just let me know. He's like, Alex, if you want this thing, $900, just take it away. And he even offered to tow it to my house for free since he owns a towing company. So I made this happen very quickly because I knew if he listed this car, it would be gone in hours. So I'm really grateful that he reached out to me first. They just kind of wanted it out of their hair, and I'm more than happy to put it in my hair, my super messy hair, because I didn't take a shower yet. I just really want to get going on this car. I am now going 80. All right, so let's recap the first hour of owning a $900 E39. We have an oil leak that is burning on the exhaust manifold. We have an alternator light on, a check engine light on. We definitely have a clunk in the front end. We have a total of 3 warning lights on the dash, including the check engine light, which is off right now, but it'll come back on. And yeah, so overall, that's really good. We are way ahead of the game. The only time it's possible to be happy with all of those individual issues before you even inspect the car is when you own a 20-year-old BMW. This is considered winning. All right, just got to legit 3/4. And look what we have. Flashing check engine light. Good timing. All right, so I rescanned the car with Carly, and guess what? Cylinder 3, misfire, cut and dry. So I just went to the local auto parts store and bought a new cheap aftermarket coil, but this one's black, so maybe that means it's better, but that's okay. Even a cheap aftermarket one will give us thousands, maybe tens of thousands of miles, and we have a lot of driving to do today. So let's swap this guy out, and it's just a matter of pulling this out and plugging this one back in. Very easy to do. E39 coils, probably the only easy thing to replace on this car. Click, click. Click, click, that is torqued. All right, connector's on. Let's see how it runs. Belt squeak in here never hurt anyone, and this clutch fan does not mess around. It just takes over the whole sound of the engine though. They're horrible. This should have an electric fan. I believe my E39 M5 had an electric fan, or I could be wrong, don't remember. But anyway, this runs beautifully, so let's go get our beauty covers back on. With the beauty covers back on,